Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. So I mentioned this at the end of the stream on Sunday. We'll be doing a photo editing stream today. I know a little late. It got me a little busy this morning. So it ended up making me a little late. But yeah, we'll get into the editing of the photos. And today it's going to be editing the photos from that street hockey tournament that I went to last Sunday. And Yeah, I ended up getting quite a number of photos. I don't think we'll get through all of them though today, but I got a few portrait photos, and of course a lot of sports photos, and you'll see how different editing portraits and editing um, sports photos is compared to um, editing nature and street photos. If you remember the last photo editing stream I did a few weeks ago, I was editing the photos that I took in Cochrane. It was all nature and street photos. So yeah, you'll see a lot of differences here when it comes down to editing. It comes down to editing portraits and event photos. As you can see, I have a few event photos here, and also editing sports photos. You don't have to put in as much of the detail into editing portraits and event photos and um, sports photos as you do with nature and street photos. Let's check. Yeah. In case you're wondering, the software that I use for editing photos now, it's um, Darktable. I still use On One Photo Raw, Luminar, and Infinity Photo. So yeah, here's the first photo. This is, I think, their beer gardens that they had set up there. So I don't think they allowed kids. I remember when I was just walking around and I happened to look near, all the kids were outside this roped area. Um, and Sunlight there, yeah. And they were all outside the roped area while their parents would be inside the roped area. So I think, yeah, this was the beer gardens they had set up. And it was at the Backspell Arena parking lot. With Backspell Arena, there's three parking lots. There's a parking lot way off to the side, um, where quite a bit of angled parking, and then there's some normal parking, and then there's this big one in front of the arena. This is where all the rinks were set up, and the whole event was taking place. And then there's another parking lot around the back of the arena. So yeah, that's how how they had gotten it set up. So I'll do dramatic aberration, or we'll set up, or we'll adjust for chromatic aberration. We'll do some lens correction. Hopefully doing that. Strength just a bit. Radius a little bit. Okay, that'll work. Okay, so Control E. What I do now is that. That's it. And with Darktable, whenever you're exporting, you always have to make sure you change the target source each and every time. Otherwise, yeah, you end up exporting the photos to the wrong spot, and then you're looking around and like, where did my photos go? Okay, so now we'll add this. Okay, so we'll add that into here. And I'll show you a trick in terms of removing dust spots if you don't want to manually look for them. Infinity Photo. Do is you go to. Don't need to do any crop. Oh, not Sky AI. Little accent AI here. Sky enhancer. So if you want to completely polarize it, we don't have to. I mean, it was a hazy day that day. Not as hazy as some of the days this summer has been. Yes, it's still summer, even though schools are on and all that, and leaves are changing color. It is still officially summer. We're at the end of summer. Doesn't officially end until this week. Yeah, this weekend. Um, yeah, it doesn't officially end until this weekend. So yeah, we're still in summer, but yeah, hazy days. Like it wasn't as bad as some of the other days we this summer with all the smoke and haze. But yeah, there was some haze. I mean, the downtown Calgary skyline was visible from here on that day, but yeah, you could tell that there was still quite a bit of haze in the distance. So anyway, the way you can erase the dust spots. Um, I don't really have to remove those power lines. Simple way to do it is remove dust spots, and then it'll remove those dust spots. And I believe there's a new version, or not a new version, but an update to uh, uh, Luminar Neo coming up sometime in the fall. I don't know the exact schedule, but I do know that there's an update coming up in the sometime in the fall. Could be October, could be November. All right, so now we can do some develop work, exposure a little bit, contrast a little bit, the highlights. Don't really want to on the shadows too much. Um, okay, and on the whites a little bit, on the blacks a little bit, and here's a trick. Yeah, we'll do let's do some dehazing. That's what happens if you go all the way. We don't have to go all the way. We can just go that much. We can do a little bit of golden hour lighting, and oh, don't really have to enhance the foliage here. Okay, here's a trick you can use when you see the shadows like that and it's a little too dark. Uh, I think I tried to do this last year actually in this program with something. I think when I was editing the photos from at the Harvey Passage Fall Classic, the end of year kayak competition that happened to Harvey Passage, which is located near here, on the Bow River Bus Deerfoot Trail. Now, of course, to get there, you have to use the car, you have to use Barlow and then 17th, and then it eventually turns to Blackford, and then there's a turn off Pierce the State Park, and then you just walk, after you park your car, you walk to the river, to Harvey Passage, but it's pretty close to here. But yeah, I had trouble figuring it out. Yeah, here's how you use how you can improve the shadows here and lighten the shadows a bit. Use this dodge and burn, and yeah, Luminar does a really great job with the dodge and burn here. Yeah, you want to use lighten, decrease the size of it. Then, see, like that. To underneath the tent are a little bit more visible now, and that's all that's needed. Yeah, so that's all we have to do now. And export that. Here. I want to do it as a JPEG here. Export it. Okay, and that. And the next one we can move to. And yeah, as you can see, there was a Calgary Hyundai tent. I think this was, yeah, there's the Hyundai logo, as you can see, and I think this was one of the car, and this was one of the cars they had on display there. Um, this was one of the cars they had on display. Yeah, I just took a picture there. That We're into direct sunlight here for the white balance. Um, uh, and one thing that because I hadn't actually set my camera when I had worked my car, but instead did it in, like in the shade underneath the arena. Um, I forgot to check my ISO, and it was only after a few pictures that I realized, oh, it's ISO 200, but still, ISO 200 doesn't cause any noise to happen, really. And it's still okay, especially as you can see, I was talking about haze that there was last Sunday, and there's the haze. Now, since we have a car, yeah, I'll show you how to. Wait, what was this taking? 32, yeah. So we want to chromatic aberration, a little bit of lens correction, and now let's check to see if there's enough. There's a little bit extra fringing here, so that what happens when you completely that. Okay, that's good enough. And yeah, what we'll do is we'll export it. Then we'll move it in here. Okay, here it is. Right. So we'll do accent AI sky enhancer as best as we can. As you can see, with all the haze. And actually, that day it was really hot outside, 30 degrees Celsius. Now that's more late July and August weather here, not early September weather. Because usually in September it's cooler, and sometimes there's rain, and sometimes there's even snow at this time of year in September, even though still officially summer, and it hasn't even gotten into fall yet. So yeah, that hot weather was very unusual, but definitely a good day for them to be playing some street hockey. Because this is a car, we can do a little more, and yeah, I'll show you some editing of car details. We do that. Guess we'll want to increase the shadows a bit. And on the whites, so blacks a bit, and here a little bit of extra saturation. You'll notice in the previous picture I didn't do any saturation or vibrance. It's because, yeah, I don't think it was really that necessary to do saturation and vibrance. Now with the car, this is, this is going back to when I was editing the photos for Classic Car Show a couple of years back. Because I didn't know that in On One Photo Raw there was a way to edit specifically uh, just the car details, and I had done all that with the whole thing, the whole picture instead of just the car, or instead of just the cars, because I didn't know there was a way to selectively choose where you want to mask. I can show you how to do that here. We'll do details, masking. Now here's this object select. You'll remember this from the Cochrane photo editing stream, where just can select this, select that, select that, select that, 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 and then we can do a little, we can do a little cleanup work here. Then, make sure we show the mask here. Go brush, erase, and we have to zoom in. Hopefully, have to zoom in a little of that. First, we'll paint it in here. Okay. And we'll erase that. Since, we don't care too much about the details of that thing there. Let's care about what's here. Okay, so I want to... Oh, the windows are rolled down here. Okay. Right, so we'll move there. Go back to the brush. Like just this part. Okay. Then we'll... the size of our brush here. Where we want to paint. Let's paint that. Okay, and then find it a little more, the mask. Really do want to do this no matter what photos you're doing when you're with masking and all that, because yeah, you could end up enhancing a part of the photo that you don't want to. Okay. Then up go here, brush. Do a little more right here. Okay, we'll want to paint a section here. Yeah. That. Make sure. Part of the card that we want to enhance. Alright, I think we got it all. Now, we'll copy that mask. Now, see, you can enhance all the details here. Okay. Then, go into structure here. Oh, use that mask that we created. A little extra. Boost it a bit. We'll do a little extra. We'll do this super contrast just on the car. Okay, like that. Okay, like that for the shadows. Okay, so yeah, we want to do that. And there you go. There's the car enhanced, and just the car. Don't have to worry about the rest of the picture. We only care about the car. Now, we'll export, and we'll export that. I don't know why I did that. Anyway, now the next one is the second car here. Looks like there were 3 cars here. Yeah, so now they had 3 cars on display. Okay. They're getting a little bit of everything today. Events, portraits, how to enhance cars, and make those look very nice. Okay, so now in case you're wondering what, not that, in case you're wondering what I'm pressing to get the white balance the way I exactly want it, it's this color calibration thing in Darktable. I don't know why they included that, but anyway, yeah, you just want to actually enhance the white balance, not the color calibration. You see, and before I continue on, as you can tell, there's the downtown Calgary skyline there. As you can tell, there is a little bit of haze covering it. It's not atmospheric haze. It's the haze from, oh, it's that haze from the smoke that was still going on. There were still wildfires going on. In case you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm making sure that there's no chromatic aberration here. Sometimes there's also some fringing, these tarps and all that, so you have to make sure there's none of that here. So we'll export that. Okay, we'll continue it on in here. There it is. Okay. First we'll AI enhancement. See if the dust spots works. Yep. As you can see, there's some dust spots that were visible before when we were in Darktable, and even in here. You can see dust spots got removed. That's a very useful tool, as you can tell. Very, very useful tool. Alright. Now, we'll exposure a little bit. Contrast a little bit. Those highlights a bit. That. On the whites. Turn up the blacks a bit. Extra saturation, a little extra vibrance. I guess we can do a dehaze here. A little extra golden hour stuff. As I was saying, well, more up here than in the back. Oh, Cod Lady, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. How's your day going? Alright, so now, we'll start off with the details. Do the masking. Object select. Well, that'll work. That's the whole thing, and then that. And that. Refine the mask a bit. Show that mask. Yeah, we'll have to refine it. So. Cod Lady, yeah, you're in. You know those photos that I post? Yeah, today you get to see what happens behind the scenes in terms of the editing before I post them. Right, so we'll get that out of the mask. Paint here. And here. 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 Okay. We'll just find the mask a little bit over here. Erase it. Edge here. And then we'll paint. Yeah, that is part of the car. Paint here. Right. And I get out. We'll brush it in. Okay, now we'll copy that mask. Or here. Right, and then add a little extra structure here. The mask, so that way it only affects this car. As you can see, you can already see uh, how the car looks even more. How it looks even how it pops even more. That's what I want to say. See how the car pops even more. Now we'll just paste the mask here. Some highlights, contrast here. Tones, as you can see, makes the car really pop out. Like that. Alright. Now, there it is. I'll import that. Okay. Now we go to the next car. And, yeah, this is the last Hyundai car. As you can see, there's a truck, but you can see, well, that's a truck. A van, but yeah, there's a couple more vehicles that we'll have to edit. Now, this is the last Hyundai car that was on display there. Like an N-line car. So, off that, and this is what the color calibration is like. Yeah, it's just easier just to use white balance, as you can tell. And we'll do direct sunlight. And again, as you can see, very hazy that last Sunday. So we'll turn that. Turn that on. We'll turn that. We'll check. Okay, let's that. Increase the strength, increase the radius a bit. Yes, this is where. Okay, it did take care of it. And also with these light poles, that's also a good way just to see if there's any chromatic aberration. The fringing has been properly reduced. And there has. And it has. Okay. So, we'll export that. Alright, so we'll add that to here. Okay, and we'll do some XNDI, the sky enhancer. As you can tell, that's what it does, and it really does a good job getting through the haze quite a bit. And in fact, with those photos that I took last year when I went to Nose Hill Park, yeah, I really had to use the sky enhancer slider to really try and cut through all that haze, because it was very hazy that day, and yeah, really covered up quite a bit of the downtown Calgary skyline, so that's what I had to use. I'll use a bit of a dehaze here. An hour. And this golden hour filter basically simulates what it is at the so-called golden hour at either sunrise or sunset. But it allows you to simulate it at regardless of the lighting that you had, regardless of the day of time you took the picture. We'll remove any dust spots that are showing up. Alright. Then we can get started. Okay, so we'll do exposure, the contrast, and the highlights, shadows a little bit. I'll turn on those whites a bit, blacks a bit, saturation a little bit. And as you can see, a few trees in the background that are already starting to have their leaves change color, but it's really now that the leaves are fully changing color. Oh, okay, and let me just check the edits. Sorry. Already did the landscape stuff. Okay, now, well, details. This object select that Skyloom put in. This object select that Skyloom put in for the masking. It really helps out a lot. Like it can help you select even more items, but and especially if the mask AI doesn't exactly get what you want or it doesn't have the exact objects you want, you can just do object select here. And I want to show the mask, so in that way, when we brush, we get what we are looking for. This. And this tournament, this street hockey tournament, I believe was organized, but like I know the 1616 Foundation. I think it was also organized by Andrew Ladd. He played his junior hockey with the Calgary Hitmen, so he was a junior hockey star here in Calgary. Um, and then the NHL, he I forget what team he was drafted by, but I do remember the NHL. Then he played with the Blackhawks, with the Jets, and with the Islanders, and those are the three teams that he had the most success with when he was in the NHL. Too bad he didn't return home to Calgary. Uh, Basically, at least to give it a chance where his hockey career began, with the fact that he played junior with the Hitmen. Eh, we are just finding the mask here. Right? And we'll refine the mask right about there. In. Right. Here. Mask here and that. Alright. Oh, we just have to here just refine the mask. We'll refine the mask here. Okay, oh, I want to do a little bit of erasing here. That way we don't accidentally enhance the asphalt here. So it didn't select part of the windshield either. And that little part of the car as well. Okay, there we go. And we'll cover the mask. Extra detail enhancement here. Okay. Structure, AI. Paste that mask. As you can see, the car is already popping really nicely. Now we'll paste the mask here. Contrast. Okay. And like that. Yep. Alright. Right, so now next up is the first portrait I got. And all I was doing was just walking around. I was holding up my camera. I was getting ready, and then all of a sudden I see her looking at me. I just gave the signal of a photographer silently asking, "Hey, do you want your picture taken?" And she nodded, and so I took the picture. Um, and now we just have to 50. Uh, any chromatic aberration or fringing? Let's see first. Oh, I just saw some. So yeah, we'll have to do this, but now next in here, turn off the color calibration. Yeah, we can do direct sunlight. Chromatic aberration here. Lens correction. That. And back here. Okay, let's do a little refinement for the chromatic aberration here. Okay, like that. Okay. And export there. Okay, so now let's add the photos. We'll add the photo, I should say. Okay, and now we don't have to do any of that. I'm just going to develop, exposure a little bit, contrast a little bit, highlights, then turn on those shadows, on the whites. Let's see what happens when we do that. Well, don't really need um see if dehaze. Yeah, dehaze was necessary. Oh, let's try a golden hour here, and yeah, that's all we need. Excuse me, that's all we need. You see, now if this was like, a this was like I guess you could see if it was in a studio or um a little bit more of a or this was more of a like formal type of portrait and all that. You could use some of this portrait stuff in the Luminar, the studio light, the bokeh, face and skin, if you really wanted to. But yeah, you don't really have to go haywire when it comes down to editing portraits. You can just keep it simple, and yeah. So this is all we need to do here. All right. Now the next one. There's a second portrait. Let me just check to see. Yeah, we're gonna have to edit, remove chromatic aberration here. So, should do color calibration here. Like sunlight. And this is Hockey Calgary. I think somehow they were involved at the event. But yeah, this is but Hockey Calgary is the organization that runs minor hockey in Calgary. Um, they organize all the minor hockey leagues in Calgary. So yeah, and that's I think who you have to send the registration money to. And all I was doing was just taking the photo. All of a sudden, I see her posing for the camera. It's like, oh, okay, I got another portrait. All right. Anyway, there. Do that. Yeah. Then I'll have to do a little extra oval, like just a bit. Yeah. Okay. So that. Okay, so we'll export that. Okay. Now. And here it is. Actually, the Hockey Calgary booth was at the Play On Street hockey tournament that I had gone to a couple of years ago. That I also did a photo editing stream of, and the Hockey Calgary people at the time posed for the camera when I had taken a picture of their tent over there. This time they did. This time, there was only one person there, and yeah, as you can see, she did. Um, but yeah, the pictures that I taken when I was seeing the action of the games, it was at 1/500th. It's not like at the Play On Street Hockey Tournament 2 years ago where I was uh, shooting at 1/250th of a second, and in some cases you were able to see that. Yeah, it was a slower shutter speed. All right, and uh, let's see. Let's see if we can do enhancement. Oh, okay, and we'll first get rid of those the dust spots that might have shown up in here. Okay, and they've been removed. Okay, so the exposure just a little bit, not too much there. Let's turn on the highlights. I think I'll have to increase the shadows a bit. We might have to do dodge and burn here. We have to do any real saturation or vibrance here. Just a little bit. Then, do... let's see if dehaze... Going to dehaze all the way. A little bit, and then add a little extra golden hour. And yeah, we'll see. We need to do it dodge and burn. Oh, that's too strong. What happens because we want it to be yeah, that's better. And that's a little more subtle. That's better for the dodge and burn. Alright. And that's all we need to do. Okay. Alright, and now to the next one, and this is the final portrait. As you can see, it's a group portrait. And what was gonna happen? What was happening here? I think you noticed it in this picture was all these guys were just talking amongst each other and all that. So I thought, okay, I'll just get a picture of them and just be discreet and all that, and move on. All of a sudden, everybody, as you can see, posed for the camera. So instead of just doing just a quick picture of the go, I ended up waiting a little bit for everybody to get into position. And yeah, as you can see, they all posed for the camera. So yeah, that was kind of cool. And yeah, I think Calgary Hyundai was one of the sponsors here. I think that's just how the tent was. Maybe we'll have to straighten it out a little bit. Okay, so we'll do direct sunlight here. And chromatic aberration. Do that. Okay. Now, check to see if any extra fringe removal is necessary. Doesn't look like from there, but we'll check here. No, it looks to be fine there. Check up here. Oh, everything looks to be good. Alright. So, now, um, what the? Okay. As you can see, these are the photos that we have edited so far. Here. Alright. So, first thing we'll do is some cropping, just to straighten it out a little bit. That looks pretty good. Hold on, let's reset. Oh, wanted to reset. No, don't want to do that. So apply there. Alright. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Okay, we'll do a little idea and up enhance the sky. Make sure to get rid of any dust spots that are showing up. Right. Okay, so a little exposure, just a tad. A little extra, not too much contrast. Highlights. Let's increase those shadows a bit. Oh, I don't want to turn up the whites too much. Turn that. Not too much saturation. A little extra vibrance there. Dehaze. We don't have to go all the way. A little bit. A little extra golden hour lighting. Let's see the dodge and burn. Oh. Why not a little extra? Be very subtle, as you can tell. I didn't notice that at the time when I took the picture, but the guy's wearing a formal jacket with the Calgary Flames logo all over it. That's kind of cool. Oh, a little extra lightning. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay, let's try this again. Didn't know. Undo. Did the whole thing. So we'll do. Just wondering why I'm doing this is to. Because since they're sitting in the shadow of the tent, or standing in the shadow of the tent, I should say, all of them were a little. Out of the light, if you will. So this way, a little more visible, a little bit more in the light. Alright, so that's all we need to do. Oh, we don't. Alright. Okay, I was wondering what that was. That was the sun shining there? Okay. So, now, next up is this van here. Next up is the van here. This was for the Flame Sports Bank. I don't know what they do, I'll be honest, but that's what that van is for. Direct sunlight here. That. Lens correction. Back aberrations. Get a little extra. Yeah, that was needed. Okay. Now, this one we probably will need that one, so I'll explain what I mean. This one, the image. This one will probably need this thing called Gen Erase. This is something that I mentioned, uh, last year I mentioned it? Or was it when I was editing the Cochrane photos, the Generace? That was one of the new tools that, one of the new generative AI tools that Skyloom added to this software. And I said, yeah, I don't know when I'll need it, but I might know when time comes. And this looks like one of the times. Now, this is how it's supposed to work. You're supposed to select something, then it's supposed to generate something. Like, you're supposed to select what you want to erase, and then it's supposed to um and it's supposed to generatively fill in the blanks. So, oh, reset. Right again. I'm gonna erase this piece of wood. Okay, let's erase and see how it works. See if it works. Oh, that actually did a pretty good job. Look at that. That pretty much did what it was supposed to do. I think. No way to. Oh, almost a good job. Hold on. It did almost a good job. Okay, we'll have to undo that. Reset the selection. Try again. Almost a good job. That's what I said. That's what it's supposed to do. Whether it actually does it or not, different story. Try again. If it works. Right, and then we just like just the piece of wood. Okay. Right, let's try and select just this piece of wood. Right. Works. We might have to do a deselect just to find this mask. Okay. Probably refine the mask a little bit. Now it selects just the piece of wood. Alright, so we'll do a deselect. Right. And uh and we'll deselect this part. Okay. Select. Oh. Okay. This is why you have to refine those masks. Because as you saw with the first attempt at using this tool, exactly what I wanted. So sure, it's exactly what I want. Oh. And I want to select. Oh, actually, choose deselect. Try and okay. Sure, exactly what I'm looking at, or what I'm looking for. Yeah, just that piece of wood sticking out like that. Okay. See. And just to make sure, just that. So wood. Okay. All right. Oh, almost missed the rest of the wood. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, let's see if it does a good job. Maybe the second. That's not what I wanted. Why did I get rid of the whole? Oh boy. Wait. What I wanted. Hold on. Hold on. Holy. E? Oh. And find the mask a bit more for the best. See how it works. What exactly happened here? That didn't work. Oh, let me try something different here. Oh, reset. Let's see if maybe that'll work. But we'll just have to set that. I don't know. We'll see. Does um what exactly did it do? It didn't do anything. Eight. Reset. Hold on. Let's see if We'll reset the selection. Maybe this much to work properly. I'll have to forget it. Okay. Trying to erase that much. You see, this is how the generates. Oh, what happened? Like, okay, we're gonna have to cancel. It's not gonna work. Yeah, so we'll just have to avoid selecting the wood there. But we'll see how well it's supposed to work. But yeah, they didn't quite work. It didn't quite work there. Right? Now, curious. When we do like that. Oh, and erase. Let's see what happens. That didn't do anything. The other one. Okay, never mind then. Can't deal with that. Can't accept it. But you see, that's how the generative AI, well, what it's supposed to do is it's supposed to properly fill in whatever's covered by the objects we're trying to remove. But as you saw, well, here it didn't really do too great of a job there. Filled in things that really weren't supposed to be filled in. Anyway, let's increase the exposure a little bit. Some extra contrast. We don't have to take it away, we can just do extra contrast, turn down the highlights. Turn down those shadows a bit. Here's the whites. That. Saturation a bit. Increase the color a bit. Or increase the vibrance a bit, I should say. I never tried to remove color cast. Let's see. Nah, I think the color cast isn't going to do anything. So, we'll delete that. Little haze here. Extra golden hour here. Alright, now, well, no, we don't want to develop again. Now, got some details with the mask. Do that, I guess. And we'll make sure race, we wanted to show the mask. So it'll be a little easier. And we're not accidentally enhancing the wood. Now we'll there. That. Fine a little bit. Okay. Here. There. Here. And paint here. Okay. There. A little over here that needs to be painted in. Here. Alright, so we'll copy that, and now we'll make some adjustments. As you can see, details are starting to come out of the car. Right. We do a structure AI. Mask. See? Now the car is really, or the van is really popping. Super contrast here. Needs that. Looks through there. A little extra there. And now you see how the car really pops. Okay. So we'll export that. Alright, so now we'll move on. The next one, it's that truck. And so yeah, I don't know if this was an event truck or not, but it was one of the trucks that were there. We'll do direct sunlight. Now here's what happens. I'm gonna show you something. Here's what happens when you turn off that color calibration and you turn off white balance. Turns the whole thing into a green screen, as you can see. So yeah, you have to have the white balance on. Second, everybody. All right. Now, yeah, turn back aberration. We'll make sure that's checked. That and that. Gotta make sure. There's where, yeah, it's against these buildings and those types of things that make sure that there's no extra chromatic aberration there. Yeah, so that's all that was needed. All right, we'll export that. Okay, so this one now. We'll do sky enhancer as we can. We'll crop it. And that way we can straighten it out. Oh. Right, and get rid of those dust spots here. All right, and now that, a little extra exposure, a little extra contrast on the highlights. Want to increase the shadows there. Turn that down just a tad. Saturation, the vibrance. Right now, so just the details with the mask. Okay, no, we don't want to do it on the asphalt there. Okay, what we'll do is we'll show the mask. Make sure to refine it. Let's really refine this mask. Here. Corner here. That. Here. Right. As you can see, finding the masks, it's very, very important to refine these masks. Or there. Not sure if that's actually part of the car or not, so I won't include that as part of my mask. Okay. Alright, now copy the mask, and we'll add some extra details. And then, paste that mask, add details. Super contrast, make sure we paste the mask so that way it's only on the truck. Some extra contrast. Okay, we'll add a little dodge and burn. Increase the strength. And this is why we increase the strength a little bit more. See, now, like that. See, really pops. And we'll just do a bit of a dehaze, a bit of a golden hour, and export it. Right, and yeah, there's one more booth that I took a picture of. Plain Sports Bank booth, and these two did not pose for a picture, as you can see. They were just busy talking with each other. I remember I took a little extra time before I took the picture just to see, are they going to pose for the camera? No? Okay, I'll just get the picture then of the booth, and yeah, just leave it at that. And bright sunlight here. Okay. Definitely want more here, yeah. Okay, that'll work. Let's check to make sure everything looks to be fine. Okay. And we that here. Let me just see something first. Okay, that'll work. Okay, so work. Hold on. Oh, that's how I'm supposed to do it. Okay. yeah, okay, well, that's good enough. Because it seemed like they were leaning, and yeah, I didn't want it to make it seem like they were leaning there. Um, I'll increase the exposure a bit. Contrast. Huh? Don't have to go all the way with the contrast, so we'll turn on the highlights a bit. Turn out the shadows. Yeah, we'll probably have to do dodge and burn here. Too much of that. Okay. And we'll dehaze. Golden hour there, yeah. Do dodge and burn here. Strength at 20. Just so that way they look like they're a little more. Oh, we don't want the whole thing, we just want to look a little more like they're in the light. Especially since the tent has the white canopy and it'll probably lighten what's in the shadows a bit. Now it looks a little better. Now we'll get into some hockey. Well, we'll get into some hockey action and let's check something. Hold on. There's the originals. Here. Correction, okay. The color fringe. That worked out. Is okay. And this was the first game that I happened to see when I got to finally taking some pictures of the actual action, and what ended up happening was I actually set my camera to continuous low, and so I was wondering, why isn't this going? Why is this only just doing one single shot? Like, what's going on? How come it usually goes? So then, and it turns out it was at the end of this game, so it wasn't a bit. So I mean, gave me time just to see what happened. And then when I saw it was at continuous low, I was like, oh, that's why. And then, the next game that started, I set it to continuous high and went, shh. And it was like, yeah, that's more like it. That's more what I remember. Alright, so let's crop this on that way. A little more straight. And I think I took this picture. I think I took this picture as the ball was going in the net. Yes, because as you can see, there's the ball. There's the goal line. There's the net. And an interesting thing is at this hockey tournament, I don't know about the play-on one. Didn't really see the net to get away from the goal line too often. But here, if the net gets too far off the goal line, the play is stopped, and the referee yells net off the moorings, get it back on the moorings, and then we can continue on. Even though, well, with street hockey, there are no moorings. It's only in ice hockey. So that was something interesting. Alright, so we'll do one color, exposure a little bit, contrast a little bit. Should turn down those highlights. Midtones a bit. Turn down the shadows a little bit. And yeah, we don't really need any structure in sports photos, but we can definitely do a little. We don't have to. Yeah, that's what happens when you dehaze all the way. You don't have to do that. Okay, so the white balance, daylight, not too much saturation, not too much, and yeah, that's all you need to do. And to make sure the right folder. What we want here. All right. Oh, cancel. Let's just actually press the wrong button here. Sure that the right options were selected. All right. Now, the next one. Okay. Oh, hold on. Gotta move this to the correct folder. So, hold on. How do we? Oh, that's why we put this in the wrong one. Must be a way to do this properly. Okay. Let me just see. Did it move there? Yes, it did. Okay. So, select. Okay. Now here's the next one, and I think he was getting ready to take a shot here. Yeah. I think he was getting ready to take a shot here. All right. Exposure a little bit. Contrast a little bit. You definitely turn on those highlights. Mid tones. Shadows. Turn on the whites. Turn that down a little bit. On the haze just a little bit. Now, sunlight. Saturation. Vibrance, not too much. Let me just check to make sure. Okay, so yeah, make sure that there was a need for Tack Sharp AI to sharpen it out. And this is the beauty of shooting at 1/500th over 1/250th. You actually stop the action. Okay, so that one, that's the. This was the truck. This was the, or the trailer, I should say. I think they stored some equipment in that trailer. I don't know. Maybe this is how they were able to load things and unload things from the trailer. Okay. So we'll do that. We'll do lens correction. Yep. I knew there would be lens correction needed. Let's check. Oh yeah, we still have to do a little more. That's all we need to do. Got here. Alright, so we'll export that. Alright, and now here. And see, so strain it out a little bit. Okay, that'll work. So we'll do that. Through sky enhancement. We'll remove any dust spots that are in there. All right. Then we'll exposure a little bit. That. Turn on those highlights. Turn on the shadows. I'll turn that down. We'll increase the saturation a bit, increase the vibrance a bit. A little bit of dehaze. A little bit of the golden hour. See if we can enhance the details here. We'll try object select. Okay. Yeah, we don't have to do the bottom parts there. Okay. We'll copy that. Add a few extra details here. Okay, we don't have to do black and white editing. Mask there. Extra here. We'll do a little bit here with that. We'll do that. And then we'll do that. And do this. Okay. Alright. And yeah, we'll export that. Alright. And now we'll go to this next one. This is when and this is actually a practice. As you can see, this was actually a team practice there. And this is when I had set the camera to continuous high, and that's where it was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's more like it, and it probably took the pictures. You know what? Okay, so we'll have to edit in here because yeah, we'll have to remove the chromatic aberration here. So we'll do that. Then sunlight here, and that. We'll do some lens correction, raw chromatic aberration. Then yeah, we'll have to increase the strength probably. Yeah, this is what happens when you can see. Yeah, that's what you have to do. Try and really remove it all. Alright. Now we're gonna export. Oh, you know what? Before I go into Luminar, here's something that I saw that will probably make that you'll probably be interested in. Oh, rotating perspective. Like, if you remember from the... Well, actually, no, you wouldn't really remember that. No, not so much the Cochrane photos, but the photos that I had taken on Heritage Day that I didn't do on stream. If you see some distortion with a lot of the different, what is it? Pictures where you're trying to take like, say, a picture of a sign or a plaque or stuff like that, and it looks a little distorted, and it's not working in Luminar. You can do it in Darktable here, and use this rotate and perspective, and it'll actually do what, well, they call it key sorting, but it'll properly get it like head on, like nice and straight. There is that also in On1 Photo Raw. If you want to do it there on One Photo Raw. There is a way to do it there as well. But when you're also trying to remove a lot of chromatic aberration, it's best to do it in Darktable first, and that way you don't end up with a bunch of messed up colors then later on. Alright, so let's go into Luminar here and edit that action photo. Edit that photo of that team's practice. That first photo of the team's practice. Alright, and we'll edit that. Before we edit it, let me go into here and I'll show you what Gen Expand is supposed to do. Let's say we do that. Okay, and you just expand that. And what it's supposed to do is also include other stuff that wasn't in the photo here. So let's see what it does. Might take a little bit of time simply because yeah, which was a pretty big expansion. You envision here. Well, that didn't work! Okay, that didn't work. Never mind. Oh, okay. Well, what it's supposed to do is it's supposed to include, parts of the... well, what Gen Expand is supposed to do is it's supposed to, include stuff here. Like maybe you want to see full max spell center thing here showing up. And maybe some more of the boards there. Not what you saw. Like, maybe a little bit like that, I guess? What do you envision here? Well, let's just expand since I have no idea how to describe it. But yeah, you can add things there. See what it does. It kind of worked. It kind of worked. Yeah, I can see the M. So, you see, that's how it's supposed to work, Gen Expand. As you saw. Kind of worked, because it did have the M here, and it did have a bit of the taller part of the building. So you see, that's how it's supposed to work, Gen Expand. Gen Swap, or I'll show you what it's supposed to do before we get into editing. Let's say I just want to add a random duck. Okay, you select an area here. What do you envision here? A duck. Swap. And let's see what if it gives a duck. I know, and when it's outdoors, that's not completely out of the ordinary. You know, birds, including ducks, can just show up there. And, well, hold on. I did bring in a duck. That looks like a comic book duck. But anyway, that's how all that is, how Gen Expand and Gen Erase is actually supposed to work. Well, let's straighten out this picture here. Yeah, the reason why I'm showing you now is because I didn't show you the last time how it's actually supposed to work, so I thought, yeah, why not just show you here. But yeah, that was a comic book duck. That wasn't a duck that looked like it would actually, like a duck that would actually fly into the rink. Alright, so we'll do that. Then, get rid of any dust spots that are here. Right, and we'll do that. Do that with the smart contrast. turn on the highlights and on the shadows here. Here. So increase the exposure a little more. A little saturation, a little vibrance. And let's see. Right, so we want to do a little dehazing here. That's for golden hour here. What does this magic light do? I've never actually used it, so not sure if there's a difference between that and the relight. Oh, I get it. Oh, okay, that's what it's supposed to do. Okay. Yeah, that's not what we want then. Yeah, I never used it, so I wasn't sure. But yeah, that's what it does. I'll do brightness near here. Do a little extra, and then warmth. A little extra warmth here. So I want to show you. I'm trying to think about oh, sun rays filter. But I haven't had a chance to show you because the sun has never shown up in any of the pictures that I've taken. So place the sun center, let's say here. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. As you can see, you can make it like that. You can do that. You can really make it strong. Then you have all these settings. On radius, you can make 0. You can make it very wide. Make the glow radius like that. Well, not like that. But we won't use the sun rays filter. I just wanted to show you exactly what it was because ever since last year, one of the streams, I forget which one, which one we started with where I used Luminar. But the sun didn't show up in any of the pictures, and I really, yeah, ever since that first stream that I'd used Luminar on stream, the sun never showed up in the picture, so I never had a chance to show you what the sun rays filter is like, so I thought, you know what, let's just show you here. And yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Okay. Yeah. Alright. And we'll do that. We'll put direct sunlight there. Here. Lens correction here. Then we have to increase the strength of that. Radius, because this is what happens where you raise 0, so there you is. So we'll export that. Let's get rid of this thing here. Okay, so check to make sure everything's okay. Check. Okay, just had to make sure everything was okay with the stream. Alright. Now, we'll add that next one here. And we'll put it in here. Alright. We'll crop it so that way it's a little more straight. Okay, so we'll apply that. Uh, remove the dust spots there. And we'll increase the exposure a little bit. Increase the contrast. Highlights will decrease. Then we'll increase the whites a little bit. On the blacks, let's try to a little bit more. We'll have to do the saturation a bit, vibrance a bit. Okay, we'll dehazing here. I don't have to do it all the way. Come on. Not the Sky AI. Sky Enhancer. And I'll do relight. So in that way. Okay, like that. Probably want to. Well, that's the best we can do, given the way the lighting was. Warm it up. Open more. See what happens if we do another. No, that's not gonna work. So yeah, that's the best we can do. What? Let's try dodge and burn. Undo. What happens when we increase that by that much? Oh, that's not gonna do much. Okay. Yeah, this is the best we'll be able to do here. Alright. Okay, so now on to the next one, and this is more of that team's practice. And this was... it took a while for me to realize that it was at ISO 200, as you can see. Yeah, and there they are just practicing. Great. Okay. And that. Sunlight. There. Correction. Then, maybe a little extra. A little more. Yeah. Alright, so, export that, and then... Okay, there it is. And then we'll go to catalog here. Then... Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. Wait, where is it? Okay, there it is. Alright. We'll straighten it out a bit. Then, a little bit of accent AI. Well, a lot. And a lot of the sky enhancement. Move those dust spots if they show up. Now, okay, now, increase the exposure. More contrast. I have to turn on the highlights. Shadows a bit. We increase the shadows a bit. Up. No. Blacks. No. Let's increase those a little bit. We'll do that with the saturation of the vibrance. As you can see, excuse me, yeah, with the event photos, with sports photos, you don't have to do a whole lot. You need to do a little bit. And we'll do the relight. Okay. That. Warm it up a bit. Alright. Okay, so now we do the next one here. Alright. And we do that with the white balance there. Then, dramatic aberrations. Dramatic aberration there in the lens correction. Increase the strength. Okay. And okay, and we move on to this next photo here, or not this next photo. We already did that in Darktable, but yeah, we'll. Okay, so we'll have to do this thing here. Okay, so we'll apply that. Oh, oh no. Okay. Straighten it out. Oh, it's just applying. That makes it seem like it. Oh, let's try it again. Try that crop again. Yeah, that looks better. Alright. Do this. And do the best we can to enhance the sky. Remove those dust spots. Alright. And push it a little bit. Okay, we'll do the smart contrast there. And the highlights. Can't really turn on the shadows a little bit. Okay, we'll do that. Cut down a little bit. This. And we'll do this. Okay, now to the landscape here. Dehaze, golden hour lighting, and now the relight. Okay, that. A little warmth. That, okay. Now, let's export that. Okay, now, and this one is this one I had taken a picture where he was shooting at, where this guy was shooting at the net there, and their goalie hadn't shown up yet. Yeah, their goalie hadn't shown up yet, so they were just shooting into the empty net while they were practicing. Alright. Yeah, that's the case with all these photos up to this one. But, like with all these practice photos, I should say, up to this one, where the goalie hadn't shown up yet. So they were just practicing their shooting into an open net. Right? So do all those lens corrections. Then check out the chromatic aberration here. It looks like it might be okay. I have to do a little more, yeah. All right, now we'll get into Luminar there. Okay, now we finish it up in here. Let's see. Yeah, okay, that's good. Now, we do all that, and then move the dust spots here. Okay. Now, exposure a little bit. The contrast a little bit. On the highlights. Okay, we can turn down those shadows. Okay. We can turn on the blacks a little bit. Too much saturation, not too much vibrance there. Dehaze. Let's golden hour lighting. Relight here. Okay. Add a little extra warmth. And export that. Okay. Now this one here. And wait, hold on, let me just make sure. Okay, so this is the last one of this practice before their goalie showed up. And as you can see, another one shot into the open net. Okay, so with the white balance there and then the chromatic aberration, correction, and the raw one. Okay. Strength a bit. Looks like the best it'll get. Oh, let's see. Looks like that's the best it'll be. Alright. And we'll export that. Get ready for going into Luminar here. There it is. That. Okay, and so this. Let's sky as best as we can. It was a very hazy day, like I said. Okay, we'll remove any dust spots that are there. Okay. Hold on. Let me see. That's a little, yeah, that's better. Okay. Okay. Now, exposure here. Do that, and then turn on those highlights. Turn on the exposure just a bit. On the shadows. Okay. That. Oh, we don't want to do too much, just a little bit here. Okay. And a little bit of saturation, a little bit of vibrance. He's here. Holding our lighting. Then, what this gray light filter is actually is the graduated neutral density filter, the one that make part of it light, part of it dark, or where you can adjust the top lighting and the bottom lighting, adjust the top warmth and the bottom warmth. Alright. Alright, so now we'll export that, and now I was about to, I almost got ahead of myself, and now here's their goalie. And now their goalie is getting ready to practice. And I don't know who, might have been somebody off to the side here who shot that. Right. Okay. Hold on. Make sure. Turn on lens correction, turn that on. Then, make sure all the chromatic aberrations are taken care of as we can. Okay, so there. I was wondering what that booth was, but then I remember, yeah, that was the the beer garden that they had set up there. Okay, now let's export that. All right, and yeah, we'll go in here. Okay. I don't think that's necessary for this one. I know. Okay, we'll remove the dust spots here. We'll enhance AI here. Sky enhancer. Okay, and then we'll develop that, or we'll use the develop filter here. No, we don't want to decrease the exposure. Increase the exposure. Do a little bit of contrast. Turn on the highlights. Turn on the shadows. The whites. Then turn on the blacks there. Okay. Then we'll a little bit of saturation, a little bit of vibrance there, a little dehazing. I want to do it all the way. I want to do a little bit. I don't have to do all the way dehazing. Okay. We'll do this. A little bit of golden hour. Then this. Okay, and we'll do this. That. We'll warm it up a little bit. Okay. Okay, so now we'll export it. Alright. I realize. Okay, so I was just trying to figure out when did I realize that I added an ISO 100? And it was right around here where this guy was taking the practice shot there that I realized, oh, it's ISO 200, not 100. Okay. Hold on. Okay. We did edit this one, and now it's this one that we have to edit. Right? Alright, so now I've done those corrections. We'll have to see if we have to do, yep, do a little bit of refinement. Dramatic aberration here. Right. Now, I exported that. Okay, let's try that again. Okay. Now, this over here. And this would have to be straightened out a little bit. We'll do this. Then we'll remove the dust spots there. Let me have some water first. Okay. Yeah, I have some water there. Okay, so we remove the dust spots. Now, let's increase the exposure. That much. Contrast. A little bit. Highlights like that. Turn down the shadows a bit. On that. That down a little bit. Too much saturation there. And not too much vibrance there. Now, some dehaze. Some golden hour there. Now, it's the lighting a bit here. We'll do that. And we'll do that. And export that. Alright, now we'll move on to the next one. And this is where everybody was then starting to shoot around and get the goalie all warmed up, as you can see. As you can see the goalie getting all warmed up here. Alright. And we'll do that. Lens correction and the other chromatic aberration now. Gotta make sure. This. Increase just a bit. Right. So we'll export that. Okay, now oh, here, okay, and that looks straight. This. Okay, so we'll remove the dust spots here. And increase the exposure a bit. A little bit of smart contrast. Do that. We'll do that with the shadows. Whites, turn it down a little bit. Blacks, turn it down a little bit. A little bit of saturation. A little bit of vibrance. And landscape. A little bit of dehazing. A little bit there. Now the real, well, graduated neutral density. Just relight here. We'll do that. Okay. Oh, okay, there it is. I was wondering. And it turns out it was on the asphalt there. And export that. Okay. And this looks like the goalie stopped it and somehow it went flying somewhere. I don't know. Alright, so we'll turn on that. Lens correction. This. And okay, so that's good there. Export that. And here. That looks straight anyway. Do this, and then we'll sky enhancement. Then the dust spots that are there. I don't want to increase the exposure too much. We'll do that with the contrast. Highlights. Shadows a little bit. That down. Turn that down. And make sure not to oversaturate it. Make it overly vibrant. With the dehaze. We'll do that with golden hour. And then we'll graduate to neutral density there. Do this. Up a bit and okay. On to the next photo here. And I think this was the last one of this team's practice that I took a picture of, and it just looks like the guy shot the ball, and well, it's somewhere. Don't know where. Okay. Turn on the lens. I turned on the lens correction. Okay, there we go. Now, make sure. Just a little bit. Okay. And we will export that. Okay. And well, that's pretty straight. Let's do this accent AI enhancer as best as we can. Remove the dust. Remove the dust plus, but there. Okay. Right, so we'll increase exposure a little bit, contrast a little bit. And okay, so now turn down the whites there, the blacks a little bit there. Right, and we'll dehaze it a little bit. With golden hour lighting. And graduated neutral density. Okay, and we'll export that. And here's the other team's practice. Well, part of it. Well, some of them were practicing there. Like one guy was just off to the side in the front here. All right. No way to reset. Hold on, let me just check. I can do this in on one photo raw, so we'll try on one photo raw. Try it on one photo raw. So here it is. I think this will be fine. Okay. And yeah, so first thing we do, actually, before we do that, let's straighten it out a little bit. That, okay. Then, yeah, we already did the exposure. That with the contrast. Don't want to do that with the highlights. Do this with the midtones. This with the shadows. Down those whites. Blacks a bit. Without the structure. Haze. Daylight. Photo filter maybe? Hold on. Graduated. Not gonna work. Okay, so tone enhancer here. Exposure just a little bit. Okay, yeah, that works out better. Right, so we'll do export here, and we'll export. Right. And this one was at also 50 millimeters. Okay. Looks like he was just waiting for a pass from one of his teammates so he could practice. Lens correction here. Okay. It looks like everything's good there. Well, let's try and straighten it. Right. Then there we go. Okay. Make sure. Increase the exposure a little bit. Low the contrast. Turn down the highlights. Some midtones. Increase or decrease the shadows a bit. Out with the whites. Turn down the blacks a bit. A little bit of structure, not too much there. Lights. See, this is a good thing about 1/500th. It stops the action. Good thing about 1/500th, it stops the action even better than 1/250th. Now let's try that sunshine filter, see how it looks. Ooh. Let's see how it looks. Actually, it looked better without the sunshine filter there. Alright. And export that. Okay. This is more of that team's practice, as you can see. And as you can see, now this must be a composite stick, because look at how much bend that hockey stick has. I've held those composite sticks at the store just to see how light they are, and literally they feel like gonna break in your hand there. Feel like they're gonna break in your hand. Yeah, they get a lot of bend, but what's the compromise there? Right. A little extra strength. Remove the chromatic aberration. And we'll export that. Alright, and... Oh, okay. So I was getting ahead of myself, otherwise I would have been looking, I would have been wondering, where did the photo go? How come there's no TIFF photo there? Yes, I've mentioned this many times before in my photo editing streams. We're going to be using photo a number of times. You export as a TIFF after your initial edits, and then only when you have the final image you export as a JPEG, because JPEG is lossless, or no, JPEG is loss C, meaning you always lose a little bit of information each time you export the photo. Apparently that also happens every time you open the photo, but definitely every time you export the photo, you lose some of the information. It ends up being very pixelated. Lossless means all the information in the photo stays, so it won't end up being pixelated. Yeah, so as you can see, two guys are sharp. His stick is sharp, but because of the motion blur, because he's getting ready to shoot the puck, that's why you see that. And sometimes there's just nothing he can do. It comes down to that type of thing. You also noticed it last year. I was editing the play on photos I had taken that street hockey tournament that had happened there. Oh, wait, last year? No. Oh, 2 years ago. 2 years ago, not last year. But 2 years ago when the play on street hockey tournament was going on, you noticed how the sticks, when the action was properly stopped, how the sticks still had that motion blur like that. Doesn't matter how fast you have the shutter speed. Yeah, it can be tough to just capture to avoid the motion blur, especially when it's moving so fast like this with the sticks. Okay, so we'll do that with the hands. We'll remove the dust spots here, and exposure a little bit. Okay, contrast here. Down the highlights, shadows a bit. Because we're not editing because this is about the action here and not about the Calgary skyline here. Yeah, we're not going to be doing a whole lot of editing because yeah, don't really need to do anything with that skyline there. So whites, blacks there. Not too much saturation, not too much vibrance. Landscape, haze, some golden hour lighting, relight. Okay, and paste the finish as best we can. We'll warm it up, and let me show you how to blur. Let me just see what this motion blur does. You can always delete it afterwards. Oh, wow. Okay, let's see what it looks like. Oh, okay, so that actually did a little bit, as you can tell. There's a little bit of motion blur here. Yeah, that's what that super sharp AI does, as you can tell. And this is basically like the tack sharp AI on one photo raw. The super sharp AI. It's pretty much the same thing where if there's a little bit of softness, maybe a little bit of motion blur, do the best you can to um, enhance enhance the image and get rid of the softness, get rid of the motion blur, and look at this. Some motion blur there. Now, oh, okay, let me see. Did something there as well. Oh, okay, so we just want to. Let's see, what should we mask? Because we just see here. Let's see what happens when we do middle for the motion blur. The That way we can do a mask. And we can just apply to what we need to apply to. Right, and see. Hold on. Yeah, we just want to apply it. We'll do some masking. The object select. Let's see what mask AI has. Right, we're gonna have to do the object select. No, we don't want it on that. We'll do it on this. On that. Gonna have to do a brush. Make sure. We have the stick here and a lot easier. Maybe we'll have to do it on the gloves as well, I don't know. Okay. Starts on the stick here. Uh, we'll erase it. Let's erase that. Okay. And like this, then we'll make sure on the shaft of the stick. This. That. Only the stick needed to be, and the ball needed to be enhanced. Again. Alright. Now let's see what happens when we have high. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what happens when we have it set to low before we decide which one makes the most sense. Alright, and how does the low looks like that. Middle looks like that. Yeah, I think the middle would be best. And yeah, alright. Let me just check out the edits. Yeah. Okay, so that is the best one. Okay. We'll export that. Okay. Now, the next one is there, and yeah. As you can see, he finished his, we want to do that, and now let's check the chromatic aberration just to make sure. Alright. I'll export that. And there's the ball after he shot it there. And as you can see, the ball is hopefully heading towards the net. Let's straighten this out. Okay. Right, so we'll increase the exposure there, contrast there. Okay, increase the highlights. There's the shadows here. That with the whites, and then turn down the blacks a little bit. A little extra there. Landscape stuff, amazing. An hour. And relighting here. That, and then we'll warm it up just a little bit. Just like that. I don't. Alright. And we'll export that. And there's those two again, and they're practicing again. They're continuing their practice. I don't know if at the net. Oh, it was just stick handling there. Okay. We'll do with the white balance here. And we'll make sure to chromatic aberrations. We'll do the lens correction. Now just check to make sure for work needed with the chromatic aberrations. Okay, so there's nothing else. And we'll export that. Okay, so we'll do that, and I just remembered that, yeah, something I normally do, I just realized this. Normally, what I've done is, what I normally do is, first do this with the optics, the auto defringe. I forgot that with all the other photos that I edited in here. Probably because, with all the chromatic aberration removal I did in Darktable, I didn't think it was necessary to do in here. But anyway, we'll just do that. And straighten out there. Okay, so we'll apply that. The accent AI enhancement. best as we can. Oh. So now the essentials section ended up being collapsed instead of fully showing everything anyway. Increase the exposure, increase the contrast here, on the highlights, shadows, whites here, turn on the blacks there. Do that with the saturation here. Do that with the vibrance here. As you can see, not too much saturation vibrance is needed, especially since we're not actually editing the photos especially since we're not trying to enhance the Calgary skyline there. Just trying to edit photos of the action here, so you don't have to do a whole lot of other stuff with the saturation, the vibrance, and all that. Dehaze here. An hour here. Do that with the lighting. And we'll do that with the brightness there. Warm it up a little bit, not too much. That's all we need. Record it. Okay, and then how was the final photo I got, I believe, of this practice. I went and took pictures of another game that was going on. It had just started, or it started while I was taking pictures of this practice. Okay, and check that down. We'll put sunlight operations. Check that box. Check that. Okay. Now we check to make sure no other chromatic aberrations. Okay. Export that. Okay, and now I did this photo here. The TIFF file there. Straight. Okay, we'll apply that. There. A little bit there. Yeah. Remove the dust spots. We'll do that. Okay. And exposure a little bit. Contrast there. On the highlights. On the shadows there. On the whites here. On the blacks here. And dehaze here. With the golden hour. Just brightness. Oh, that's a little too bright. Okay, we'll do that for the brightness. Warm it up a little bit. Okay. We'll export that. Okay. And now to this game that was going on. this game was going on here, and well, I caught it in the middle there, and there's a shot by this guy on the goalie. I have no idea what the score was, and I do know that these games, at least first set of games, I don't know about the playoffs. The playoffs were like 7.5 to 8 minute halves, and round robin games were either I think 7.5 to 8 minute halves, and then the game ended with the first score 10, I think, because I do know that when a team got 10 goals, okay, that's it, game over. And then in the playoffs they just played like 7.5 to 8 minute halves, I think. Right. All right. Export that. That ready for. We can switch it up in Luminar here. Right, and we'll. Okay. Oh, I already edited that one. Hold on, let's see if we can find it. Okay. Oh, did I jump ahead or something? I think I did. Okay. Okay, we jumped ahead. Like, where'd it go? Alright, so we jumped ahead a little bit. Yeah, okay, that'll be straight. Do this. Ace. The dust spots. This one. That's the sky. Contrast here. Highlights. Shadows. Actually, probably want to use those shadows. Oh, a little bit there. The increasing of that, and then we do landscape here. Right. Relight. Best we can here. Okay. Up a little bit. Okay. So, put it. Okay, yes, we did jump ahead of ourselves. Okay. And this guy, I think I just shot the ball. And if you notice, they are all wearing. If you notice, some of these guys were either covering up their legs or wearing shin guards. I have played floor hockey before, and when a hockey ball hits your body, especially if it's a hard hit, it doesn't feel too good. So yeah, I don't, and yeah, I can really easily bruise your body, and also yeah, I don't blame him for wearing the shin guards there. Okay. hold on, let's just check. So I think I can do this one on one photo raw. So that one and on one photo raw. Okay. Lens correction here. Then exposure a little bit. With the contrast. On the highlights. Tones a bit. Decrease those shadows. Use the whites. Blacks a bit. A little bit with the structure. With the haze. This is daylight. Then we'll do a tone. Oh, we don't want textures. Well, if you want to add textures, this is what it does. See, that's what it does if you want to add textures. We do not want to add textures. And we'll push it a little bit, and okay, we'll send it. Export that. Second, everybody. Just gotta check something. Still on the computer here. Just checking something here. Alright, now let's get back to the editing. And this is out. Okay, so let's head back. And as you can see, it's yeah, 12 to, it was taken at 12:23 p.m. Yeah, you can see how the sun is. Wonder how they handle the sun glare, those goalies. Really have to respect them. Oh, this was a practice. This wasn't the actual game. This was another practice that I had caught. So the game hadn't even started yet. Well, I was mistaken. Yes, this is another practice. And this guy wearing one of the old Washington Capitals jerseys. This was when they had the eagle as their uniform or as their logo, and it's the blue. Yeah, basically doing soccer style, where the goalie wears a different color from the rest of his team. All right, so we'll do that with the chromatic aberration, the color fringe. Then that, and then turn on the highlights, midtones, turn on the shadows a bit. Want to turn on those whites, blacks a little bit. Much structure here. On the haze a little bit. Like there. Little saturation, little vibrance. Then, tone enhancer here. Up the exposure just a tad. Yeah, like that. You know how I realized that this was a practice and this wasn't actually the game having started? I saw a second ball and this guy here is handling it. It's like, oh, okay. So it was another practice I had done pictures of. Okay. put 50 millimeters. Okay, like that, and then exposure a little bit. This. We'll turn on the shadows a little bit. Turn on the whites a little bit. Turn on the blacks a little bit. The structure. A little bit of haze removal. Try to choose daylight. Okay. Saturation vibrance. Actually, this time we don't have to increase the exposure more. We'll export that. Now, we're caught up to that one picture. Yeah. I wonder, in this picture, the lows up. No wonder the goalie didn't really seem like, in a competitive mode, just more casual. Yeah, and even here he's casual. It didn't strike me until I went back to these pictures that, oh, that was the practices. And yeah, here's the referee. And yep, and here's the referee. I think getting ready to start the game or something. To come back to this game. Yes, I did. Later on, I did manage to come back to this game. 40 millimeters. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. One direct sunlight there for the white balance. Sure that we get our lens corrections in there. Okay. I'll explain everything. The referee. All right. Anyway, export that. Then just push it up in here. There. Okay, so here we have to straighten it out. Straighten out those boards. The referee is leaning, so keep in mind that the referee is in here. Yeah. Check. Yeah, the referee is all straight. So, yeah. This, we'll try to enhance this guy as best as we can. Just anything. Of any dust spots that show up. Okay. Then, just the exposure a little bit. Contrast. But yeah, we'll have to increase those shadows. Okay. With the whites, yeah, we're gonna have to blacks a little bit. Dehaze. Golden hour. See if we can relight. Right, and we'll export this. And we go. We're back at that game having started, as you can see. And it looks like there's some action in the corner there. And yeah, it was this game that then I made sure it was in was a continuous high mode instead of continuous slow mode. As yeah, well, I made it. Well, it was already continuous high mode, but I made sure it stayed there. Yeah. So I did more of the action. Okay. Oh, that was. Oh, that's at 50. Okay. Right. This one we can actually edit in here. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, and as you can see, there's the action in the corner. Okay. Yeah, in case you're wondering how many rinks there were set up, there were 4 rinks. And then in mid-afternoon, they took down one of them to make it 3. And one of the rinks was, I think, for U9 or U11. I'm not sure, but yeah, I wasn't able to get any pictures of the U9 or U11 mainly because, well, where I would have gotten a proper view of the action, be able to get a nice photo, uh, uh, there was no space. There were a lot of people crowded around um, that rink where there was the U9 or U11. Best place I could stand was behind the netting, and well, from my days, I was a blogger for the Israeli Soccer League, and trying to take a picture behind the netting. Yeah, the netting didn't really do. Didn't really help, and a lot of the players had even said, "I hate the netting." Like, well, this is the best I can do because I do not want to get hit by the ball. But and the following year that I had volunteered, they were at another like they were in the same building but a different soccer rink, and there was no netting, and well, the pictures were better, and everybody was happier about those pictures. And the conclusion I had come from that was the netting ruins the pictures. So yeah, that's why there weren't any 9 or U11 pictures that I've taken because yeah, the only place I could stand was behind the netting, and it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna take a picture with the netting in the way. It just ruins the picture. Alright, so we'll start with the chromatic aberration there. Exposure a little bit. On those highlights. Turn on the midtones. Turn on the shadows. On the whites. Turn on those blacks. There. These removal. Daylight, yep, and we'll have to do a little tone enhancement to exposure just a bit. Alright. Okay, and then that was at 50 millimeters as well. And now there they are now fighting for the ball in the corner. Okay. With the color fringe there. Another way of saying chromatic aberration color fringe. You up the exposure a bit. Increase the contrast a bit, decrease the highlights. Midtones a little bit. Turn on the shadows a little bit. on the whites, blacks, haze a little bit. And let's do it. So we get exposure a little bit. And that's all that's needed here. Here that was also at 15 millimeters. And it looks like they were able to clear the ball out of their zone. In case you're wondering if I was able to get the pictures of some of the face-offs, that came a little later, mainly because with me taking the pictures, well, first of all, that one game you saw at the beginning of stream where it was pretty much at the end of the game, and the fact that all of these other ones were during practices, yeah, it came a little later that I was able to get pictures of the face-offs. Okay. We'll increase the exposure up to there. We'll do that with the contrast. Turn on the highlights, midtones, shadows a little bit. Those whites, blacks a little bit. Let's do a tone enhancer so I can a little bit more. This, yep. All right. Well, you can also export that way. You don't just have to do that way and on one photo raw. Okay. This was at 38. Okay. This we got. Okay. And yeah, this was taken at 38 millimeters. We have to do it in here because there'll be more fringing that we have to deal with. Very large ones. Oh, the raw mag aberration. Okay, that's for issue. So that okay. And that. As you can see, the goalie was able to stop the ball there. Image. It. Here. Okay. Pop that. Hold on. Let me just try something here. Let's do generate and see, get rid of this word here. Okay, erase it. Okay, there we go. That's more like it, and we'll save that. Yeah, so now and as you can see, not bad. Did a pretty good job of imitating the rink. Alright, so if you want to go back to the catalog, we'll show all photos, and then that's the one. And the name of it, name of this one, and it's also saved as a TIFF. So, yeah, see? Now we can edit this one, properly crop it, and not have to worry about that board getting in the way. Well, let's try and... So you see, that's how Dead Erase is actually supposed to work. Not like when we were trying to remove that piece of wood from that photo, so it didn't get in the way of that car. This is how it's actually supposed to work. And you see how it created a nice set of asphalt there, and it blends in nicely with the rest of the photo. I can properly straighten this out. Okay, that looks more right. And there's the goalie trying to save the ball. And do the removal of the dust spots there. Okay. Or whatever fringing we missed. Okay, we don't want to overexpose. You see, look at that, and this is what happens if you go to the extremes. Don't want to do that. Okay. We want to do this. And like that. Okay, we'll do a little dehaze here. Golden hour there. No masking. And let's relight it. That. Just a bit. Yeah, you saw that the generates, like this is what it's actually supposed to do. You can see, blends it in nicely to, yeah. Blends it in nicely to what you would expect to be. And unlike with that piece of wood that we tried to remove, and yeah, didn't exactly work there. Didn't do what it was supposed to do. This is how it's supposed to work, where, yeah. See, it blends in nicely with the rest of it. Okay. For that. Okay. Then, alright, so that's this, and see, the goalie stopped it, and now they're trying to clear the front of the net. They're trying to clear the crease. Okay. Direct sunlight here. Okay, we'll pull that. Now, check to make, okay, yeah, there's a little bit that get rid of. Okay. Alright, so we'll export there. Okay, now, add this one. Here it is. Right, now the first thing we'll do, the generates. Uh, erase that. Try erasing again. And does a pretty good job there. So save that. Wait, was that the same one? Oh. Move that to trash. And you empty the trash. Let me just hold on, everybody. Let me just check something. I'm still on the computer here. I just have to find out. Okay. I'm just checking something to make sure. All right. Let me just. All right. Oh. Let me just refresh that. No idea that those things weren't showing up. So. And do that. Okay. So now let's delete that. Hold on a second, everybody. Check one more thing before I on. Alright, so let's head back. This one. Okay. Try and export this again. I get the right one. Hold on, everybody. I'll be gonna do one thing here. Okay, now try this again. Add image. There. Okay. Yeah, definitely they're trying to clear out the. Clear it out. Okay, so now let's try generate. Okay. Erase that. Does that blend in nicely? Let me just see. Do. Let's try this again. Erase it. That didn't work. Hold on. That didn't quite work. Okay, we'll do like that. And erase it and see. It's gonna work. Yeah, that looks better. That looks a little more like it's blending in. Alright. And let's edit this one. First thing, do this one. And but move the dust spots from here. And that. Dye enhancement here. Okay. We'll apply that. Alright, hold on, let's try this again. Straighten up. Yes, that looks better. Okay, so what do we do? So now next up is the develop filter, I guess, here. We're doing all this stuff here. All the basic enhancements. That. There. There. Hey. Wait, I remember. Wait, okay, just had to make sure I remembered that part. Even though we don't do much in these types of photos, we don't do much saturation and vibrance. We still have to make sure we turn a little bit. Do the golden hour one there. That. Warm it up a little bit. Okay. And export that. And we'll name it that. Okay, so we'll go to here. And that was 38 millimeters. And still more action in front of the net here. Yeah, it turns out. Thought they couldn't clear the zone. Alright. We'll do sunlight here. That. Okay, so now we'll just make sure there's no fringing here. Which there is. And we'll reduce this a bit. Okay. Oh. We'll try this again. Okay, there we go. Like, oh, what happened there? But anyway, now we do this one. And see lots of action from the net. This one. The dust spots here. And cement here. You know, if you want to see what Sky AI is, basically You can see there's all these different types of skies. Then you put it up top here. Yeah, sunset skies, daytime skies, cloudy skies. They have your stormy skies, I think, are in here somewhere. Stormy skies are in here somewhere. Um, yeah. If you want to, like, for instance, when we were editing those photos from Cochrane and the way the sky looked with the Menavision statue, how it was just not looking good. So we had to replace the sky, and that was an on-one photo raw. That's how you can do it in uh, Luminar here. So similar type of situation is on one photo raw there. And there's other things you can also do, just I think like on one photo raw where you can change the orientation, the mask refinement, and relight it. You can put in a reflection. You can put in a reflection. You can do sky adjustments, as you can see. Um, okay, just had to make sure where I was. Yeah, we don't have to do that here. Like with the Menavision statue, yeah, that we had to because yeah, that sky didn't look very nice, too hazy and too smoky and all that. So yeah, we had to replace that sky, a different one. So a good amount of contrast. Not much for the highlights. We'll on the shadows like that. Whites, on the blacks a little bit. A little bit of saturation and a little bit of vibrance. Yeah. I'm gonna do a little dehaze. Golden hour. And light it here. Not making sure it's not too bright. And this. Okay. Work that. Okay. I think we'll do one more photo and then I'll take a lunch break. So, yeah. I'll do one more photo and then I'll take a lunch break. So, and this is more of the action, and it looks like this guy is giving it to his goalie to cover up, so in that way, and then kind of reset the play and figure out, okay, what do we do next? Yeah, okay. This. Extra there. Alright. Then we'll export that. Okay. Alright. Right, and first thing we'll do is anything else. And Any dust spots there? That looks straight, so do anything there. Do this, and enhance the sky. Exposure. Contrast. Lights. We'll turn on the shadows. I'll turn on those whites. Turn on the blacks. Saturation. A little bit of vibrance. Haze here. With the golden hour. And yeah, we don't have to do any relight. Okay, we'll export that. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put on my Be Right Back screen here. As you can see, it's my photography logo. What I'll do is I'll getting hungry, so I'll have lunch. Yeah, I don't have food at the computer. Yeah, I was working in offices that happened way too much, so yeah, I don't eat at the computer anymore. So I'll have lunch, and then I'll see you all after lunch, and we'll continue on. Hey everybody, I'm back. So yeah, we'll continue on now. Uh, photo. Yeah. So as you can see, does look like yeah they were that team was trying to get the ball back to their goalie. So there, okay. So let's strength of that. All right. Okay, so we'll and finish it up in Luminar. There it is. Here it is. Oh, okay, so we'll have to, you know what? Let me just see. Seeing that part. Thing. Nope. It's. Hold on. I want to do gen erase here. We get rid of that. We'll do erase here. Yeah. We'll save that. And edit this one. Defringe. Oh, and move the dust spots here. Okay. It's pretty straight, so be enhancing here. Right. Then torture a little bit. We'll do the smart contrast here. And then highlights. Shadows a bit. Whites here. Blacks a bit. A little bit of saturation. A little bit of vibrance. Okay, we'll do a dehaze here. Golden hour here. Yeah, so we'll bit of relighting the graduated neutral density. Warmth. Okay. So, oh, you have to rename that. So what we'll do is, so now we do what I'm doing. This. All right. The next one, as you can see, there's a battle in the other corner. Fierce battle for the ball, as you can tell. Very fierce battle, looks like. Oh, that's at 50, okay. We can just do an on one photo raw. There it is. Anyway, lens correction here. Okay. Exposure. Contrast will that much for contrast. On the highlights. On the midtones. On the shadows a little bit. On those whites. On the blacks. Turn on that haze structure, put the daylight there. Much saturation or vibrance. Then we'll do a tone enhancement. And so just to increase the exposure. Export that. Alright. Okay, so 50 millimeters. And as you can see, the battle is intensified. That's how those corner battles in hockey are. Doesn't matter what surface the battle is being, or what surface the hockey is played on. Yeah, those corner battles can be very fierce. So exposure like that, exposure or increase the contrast. Lights here with the midtones, on the shadows, white bit, black bit, structure, a little bit of that with the haze. Up there. Okay. And we'll just increase the exposure a little bit with the tone enhancer. Just a little bit. And that will do. Export. Right, and that was also at 50 millimeters. Right, and this is at the other end, as you can see. And goalie is down. Definitely not in the butterfly. Actually, it's more like in a Major League Baseball catcher stance. Well, kind of. Because a Major League Baseball catcher wouldn't lean like that. And it looks like he's anticipating where the shot might go. Okay. We'll increase the exposure a little bit. Contrast a little bit. Turn on the highlights. Increase the midtones. I'll increase those shadows. We'll turn on the whites. Turn on those blacks. Structure, not too much. Do that with the haze. And daylight, yeah. Don't want to saturate it too much. Alright. Oh. I almost forgot the lens correction. Alright. Okay, and this was also at 50 millimeters, so we can edit in here. Oh. I think the guy, the ball off frame here. What I'll do is I'll straighten it out a little bit. Bad lens correction here. Okay, strength there. increase the exposure, do the contrast, on the highlights. Okay, I'll turn down the midtones. We'll increase the shadows a bit on the whites. We'll turn down those blacks. Here. Haze a little bit. What it looked like before, so it looks like now. Look like before, now. Daylight. Saturation a bit. Vibrance a bit. Alright. Alright, so we'll export that. Alright, and I don't think this ended up as a goal, because that guy's still standing in the corner, and the goalie is still down, and well, the ball is somewhere. I don't know where the ball is. It is somewhere. Okay. Put the exposure, contrast here, on the highlights. On the midtones a bit, shadows a bit, turn on the whites a bit, blacks a bit. We'll decrease some haze, daylight here, a little saturation, a little vibrance, and we don't need to increase the exposure. So we'll export that. Well, the ball's somewhere. I know that. It might be behind all these bodies here. Okay. You always have to make sure of chromatic aberration. Okay, and here we're gonna have to straighten it out a little bit. Right. Then that with the exposure. That with the contrast. Highlights. Turn up the midtones a bit. Down the shadows a little bit. Turn on the whites a little bit. And turn on those blacks a little bit. Haze, yeah, we might have to tone enhancement so we can we will have to. That way we can increase the exposure. Okay. And this was taken at 40 millimeters, so we just check to make sure we have the. I didn't get ahead of myself. Here, okay, that is the correct one. because yeah, there's 15 millimeters. um, yep, here it is, and there's action from the other crease, and as you can see, the goalie trying to stop it with all that traffic in front. All right, so that direct sunlight. Excuse me. Right. Do all that. Then make sure. Yeah. Okay, so now we can send that over to Luminar, right? Let's add the photos. Yeah, here it is. I'm just sure. Yep. All right. And who is Jackson DI? Oh, can't really can't really anything to enhance the sky. I guess not enough to the program. Yeah, I guess this will be okay. It looks like it's straight. Um. Okay, we'll remove the dust spots there. Then increase the exposure, some contrast. Perhaps when you completely remove it, this is when you go all the way. You can see. Don't have to do that. Okay. Turn on the whites. A little extra saturation. A little extra vibrance there. Dehazing. Golden hour. We'll try to highlight. We'll warm it up a little bit. Then we can export that. All right. And it might have been a rebound, because as you can see, looks like it went hit the goalie somewhere, and now it's going that way. Okay. Okay, looks like that'll be fine. Okay. Now export that. Now like that. And there it is. Yeah, this looks will need to be straightened out a little bit. Okay. And hold that. that one yet. Not yet. I'm gonna remove some dust spots here. Okay. And just exposure there. Some contrast. Turn on the shadows a bit. Those whites. On the blacks. Yeah. But we don't need too much. These a little bit. A little bit of golden hour lighting. Then up a little bit. Up a little bit. Alright, now we can export that. Okay, and this was also at 40 millimeters, and there's the ball, and the guy sees it close to his feet and is getting ready to shoot the ball. Right, and was the right one. Okay, I did. Okay. Look like other needed the chromatic aberration, so do that. We'll add here. There it is. We're gonna have to straighten this out. Apply it. Remove the dust spots. And a lot of different here. We'll increase the exposure here. More contrast. Hold on. To the original. You'll see what I'm up to. I wanted to see something. Try that gen erase. See? Get rid of the stick. Yeah, that stick causing a bit of an issue. Right. Huh. Actually, let's see. Oh, yeah, that actually worked out properly. We'll do is save it. And we'll edit that. We'll remove the dust spots first. Let's see if we can erase this thing. Oh, clear. Erase just that little bit. Yeah, that worked. Okay. The same gen erase and the erase function worked properly. It actually looks somewhat natural. Alright, that worked. Now we can crop it. So you see, that's how generates is actually supposed to work. Not how we tried on a few occasions and it didn't actually work. Like, for instance, when we tried to remove that piece of wood and didn't quite work, didn't work properly. Um, this this is how it's supposed to work. Like, when we removed that little piece of board, like that little piece of the rink board, the stick. This is how it's supposed to work. Yeah, it's supposed to work like this, not like how it was working when we tried to remove that piece of wood from that picture of that one van. Yeah, so we can't do anything there. Let me just check to make sure. Okay, so now that exposure, we can go with the contrast, turn on the highlights, turn on the shadows a bit, low whites, down blacks a little bit. We will have to do a little bit of relighting. There is no water to enhance, so we won't use a water enhancer. Okay, so we'll do the golden hour. Then it. Okay. Alright. Now 40 millimeters for this one. This well, looks like this guy is just trying to play keep away or something like that. Either that or this guy shot it and the guy is just standing there trying to block the shot with a stick, like a stick check. And yeah, it didn't work. Right. Eh. It doesn't look like there's any other we need to put on here in the dark table, so we can now finish up in Luminar. Yeah, you have to like click sample images, but yes, when you get Luminar, it comes with some sample images that you can play around with. Alright, so um, the defringe here. We'll remove the dust spots. Crop it a bit. Straighten it out. Oh, they look like they're leaning actually. That looks a little better. Alright. Exposure. Contrast. That. There's the shadows. Turn on the whites. There. Turning down the blacks is not a good idea. those up. And this with the excuse me, dehaze. That I put in a little more dehaze. So now a little more. And a little bit. Oh, I need to export it. Okay. Oh. And okay, so this guy shot it over this guy's stick, and now there goes the ball that way. And well, he looks like he's ready to take action. This guy's just staring at the ball, like, huh? What do I do now? Okay. And alright, so we don't have to do anything else. This program with this picture. Okay. Now we'll that's over here. Or not. Hey, let's see where it went. Oh, it's right here. Okay, yeah, that's the one where the guy's just staring at the ball. Right, so this one first. And move the dust spots there. Okay. That looks more right. Okay. Um. Now we exposure much. That with the contrast. Okay. Do lower the highlights. Lower the shadows. Increase the whites. Decrease the blacks. Yeah, I have some water there. Now, saturation, vibrance. Okay. And do a dehaze. Golden hour lighting. Then increase the lighting a bit. Graduated neutral density. Okay. Now export that. Okay. Oh wait, we haven't. anything to the next one. And as you can see, they're just now fighting for the ball there. Right? Direct sunlight. Looks like everything's okay there. Excuse me. So no other things are needed in there. Now we can do it in. Now we can run it in Luminar. Yeah, there it is. Oh, there we go. A little bit of straightening. Like that, yep. Okay. Let's just do enhancements there. And the dust spots. Okay, so that, okay. Oh, we don't. Finally, I selected the right thing. Okay, so exposure a bit, contrast. Here's the highlights. Turn on the shadows. Turn on the whites. Turn on the blacks. A little bit of saturation. A little bit of vibrance. And dehaze it. Golden hour. Okay, yeah, so we'll also graduate to neutral density. Like that. Warm it up just a bit. Okay, let's export that. Alright, so now the next one. So, excuse me, now those two are getting in on the action. And there's the goalie just looking on and seeing what he has to do. The go down into the butterfly. Does he stay and stand up? Right. Okay. We'll export that. Ready to here. There it is. Oh, there it was. Okay, let's edit it. Alright, so first, get it straightened out a little bit. A little bit of that. I'll try to enhance this guy as best as we can with those dust spots. Gotta make sure. This. Then, exposure, contrast, and the highlights, shadows, whites there. Okay, turn on the blacks. Saturation, a little bit of vibrance. haze. So now we're lighting. Need to relight to do the graduated neutral density. Right. Warm it up a little bit. Okay. Now they're taking the action. Well, not so much into the corner, but definitely to the right side of the goalie. All right. Oh, and somehow, yeah, somehow I accidentally set this to 1/640th of a second. I think what had happened was, like you have a DSLR mirrorless camera. There's like these two little knobs, on the right side of the camera, and it was in shutter priority mode, and I think I actually hit the knob and it took it to 1/640th. As you can see, that also stopped the action nicely. So let's then photos. This one. Yes. And sky enhancement. Those dust spots. Fringe, if I missed anything. Now, exposure. Smart contrast here. The highlights. On the shadows. The whites there. Blacks. Right. Saturation a bit. Vibrance a bit. Right, and then the dehaze. A little golden hour there. Okay. That. Right. That. Alright. I'll export that. Okay, that's still the action there from the goalie. Okay, so uh, the white balance. Well, not change the white balance. We'll make sure white balance is properly applied. Okay, that looks okay. That. And okay, there we go. And yeah, we'll crop this a little bit. Alright. We have that, and then we try to enhance the sky. Remove all those dust spots there. Any fringe that color fringe that we missed. Now, by these, it's here. Okay. Whites, turn on the blacks. Okay, a little saturation, a little vibrance. That's good. Dehaze, golden hour, light for graduated neutral density. Okay, up a bit. Okay. Oh well, I guess I was supposed to go to on one photo raw. Here it is. And as you can see, there's more action of them trying to excuse me, shoot the ball. So first thing we will do is straighten it out. Okay. Then like that. Now we'll increase the exposure a bit, contrast a little bit, and turn down the excuse me, turn down the highlights. Turn on those midtones. Turn on the shadows. Excuse me. I want to turn down the whites and turn down those blacks. Little structure on the haze a little bit. Daylight. That, and then the tone enhancer. Okay. Yeah, because we had to increase the exposure a little bit there. Now. Export that. And yeah, there's more action from the goalie, as you can see. Okay. That. We'll. That, okay. Then we'll increase the exposure. Not much. We'll increase the contrast a little bit. And the highlights. Turn down those midtones. Yeah, we'll have to turn down the shadows. Turn down the whites. And we'll have to turn down the blacks. Okay. Turn down the haze a little bit. Saturation, a little bit of vibrance. Hold on. See what I can do. Color adjustment. Hold on. B. Way to show. Oh, the mask. I want to view the mask. Oh, okay, there we go. I don't want him to show up. You're gonna see what I'm doing very soon. We'll take him out. Right. Then we'll put we'll go in here. We'll wait. And I'm gonna turn down blue. Desaturate the blue. Hold on. Oh boy. Masking brush. Alright. Now, I turn on that blue. Hold on. That out just to be safe. Alright. You see how I'm turning down the blue? Just the brightness. If we can turn down the... Oh, maybe? Turn on the magenta a little bit. And just brightness of it. Okay. So you see what I did? I'll explain what I did. Okay. This color adjustment. These are the various colors that you can adjust inside the picture. The reason why with the mask, I removed this guy, I removed this guy's shorts, removed this part of this guy's stick, and also the mask. So in that way, I would reduce the amount of blue showing up this guy's shirt, and this guy's shirt, and this guy's pads. Because it was looking way too blue. Now, like it looked like, even though they had white shirts and maybe the shadows were making it a little blue, like that looked way too blue. It looked like these two were wearing blue shirts. It's only this guy wearing the blue shirt. So this way, we, yeah, so this way, it doesn't look so blue. Okay. If we can properly straighten this out. Yes, this looks properly straight, because as you can see, Calgary skyline also looks straight. Alright, so now, the tone enhancer just to increase the exposure a little bit. Alright. Okay. And this was at 50 millimeters, okay. As you can see, this guy, the goalie, well, there's the ball. Look at where he's posted. He's hugging the left post. Because he knows a shot is coming. Okay, so we'll increase the exposure a bit. Contrast a bit. On the highlights. On those midtones a little bit. Turn up the shadows. Okay, we'll turn down the whites. Let's turn down the blacks. Decrease A's. Okay, that's here. And now, as you can see, that's a little too blue for my liking. Do color adjustment. Let me just see. Do the people. Then I'll show the mask. Said masking. Let the people paint in. Why? Okay. This guy's wearing blue. Get out of this guy's mask. And oh. Try this again. Let's see if we can. That. Okay, so now, seeing, I'm refining this mask. Sure. Not catching anyone wearing blue. Okay. That. Okay. Want paint out. Oh. Paint out. Apply. Nope. Wait. A way to do this. Must be a way. Okay. 0. Then. Sure. Got that guy. And. To remove his mask. Okay. I don't know how to. Anyway, with the blue. Don't wanna be that's that much for the saturation. Brightness a bit, then. Okay, yep. Brightness a bit. Extra brightness like that. Alright, now we'll do the tone enhancer just on that way. Exposure just a bit, not as much as what you had seen there. Okay, so now let's export that. Okay. There's the ball, but, well, action is all there, but yes, when you're using AFC for the focus mode on your camera, this could happen where the stuff in the background gets blurred out and it's just this in the foreground that shows up. So, yeah, that's pretty much what happened. It because it was in AFC mode, it focused on the closest guy, and he got in front of this guy ran right in front of the camera. While the action is going on behind him. Right, so we'll do that. Turn on the highlights. Turn on the midtones. Turn on the shadows. Turn on the whites. Turn on those blacks. That. There. Do daylight. Do this. Okay, and color adjustment. Oh, I forgot to set it to blending. Mask. People. Dog paint in. Okay. Yeah. Paint him out. This guy's wearing some blue. I want to take that out. And shall we paint out this guy? Wearing blue. Okay. And we'll make sure paint out this guy's mask. Okay. And now we on the saturation there, brightness there, and magenta, and on the saturation there, brightness there. Oh, we don't want it to be small opacity. Just a little bit. All right. Export now. Okay. And here's some action from the corner of this rink, and something happened, and the ball's in the air. I don't know if it got deflected or if goalie stopped it and it ended up in the air. But yeah, that's what happened. Right. Get rid of that. Or we'll not get rid of that, but we'll get rid of the color fringe there. Now we'll exposure a bit. Contrast, turn on the highlights. Turn on those midtones. Turn on the shadows a little bit. Turn on those whites. We want to on the blacks. Found the haze a little bit. Cloudy. Oh no, it wasn't cloudy. It was daylight. Um, and these are a bunch of various presets, and also sometimes free presets. Or anyway, back to the picture here. Oh, yeah, we'll have to crop it, bring it out a bit. There it is. I don't think we need to raise the exposure. It's pretty well exposed to this one. Then some water. All right, so and there they all are wondering where's the ball, and I think a couple of guys realize, oh, it's in the middle of the air. All right, so do that. Okay. Just the exposure a bit. Do that with the contrast. Turn down the highlights, midtones, shadows, whites, on the blacks. A little dehaze, daylight. That and yeah, this one we'll have to do a little bit of increasing of the exposure. Okay, we'll export that. So this was also at 50, and well, it ended up going right in front of the somehow. For all that, the ball was in front of the goalie, and there's a battle there. Now, hold on. Let's try and string this out properly. Yeah, that's better. Now, excuse me, healing brush. What? Oh. Masking brush, no. I have something in here for erasing. Oh, here it is. Yeah, we want to erase this part. Nope. Erase that. Wait, let's try that. Healing brush, maybe? Let's see. Nope. Brush. Nope. Okay. Doesn't remove it. Ugh. Okay, what do I have to do? Get rid of this. I don't want to have to send it into Affinity Photo if I can avoid it. Oh, there we go. Alright, we got it. We got it. And as you can see, blends in nicely. Okay, so now, lens correction, doing the color fringe correction. Exposure a little bit, contrast, turn down the highlights, turn down the midtones, increase those shadows, down the whites, turn down the blacks, structure, haze like that, daylight, extra saturation, a little extra vibrance. Yeah, here don't need to do an extra tone enhancement in order to increase that exposure. Okay. And as you can see, the goalie is trying to do a poke check here. Either that or just hugging that left post. Alright. Okay, so because we had to straighten out the picture, we were able to get rid of the little bit of that little bit of the boards that was showing up there. You didn't have to go through all that with the eraser there. Okay, so increase the exposure, contrast, start with the highlights, shadows a little bit, on the white a little bit, blacks, structure there, dehaze there, daylight there, saturation, a little vibrance there. Now that. No. The next one. Also taking it 10 millimeters. And as you can see, the battle for the ball in the middle of the rink. Okay. Oh, want to clean this a bit. But definitely it's straight. Okay. Contrast, decrease the highlights, decrease the midtones a bit. Shadows on the whites, on those blacks. There. Dehaze. Light. We'll do vibrance. Here we're gonna have to tone enhancement. Just a bit. And that. Okay. And there's some more action there, where they're battling for the ball there in the middle of the rink. Okay. that. We want to increase the contrast. Turn down the highlights. Turn up the midtones a little bit. Down the shadows. Whites will turn down. Down the blacks. Okay. Oh. Down that haze a little bit. That white balance is cloudy. Do this. Okay. Tone enhancer. The exposure a bit. Okay. What? And that works nicely. Now, we can get rid of the stick. I don't know if it'll nice or not, but it doesn't hurt to try. Kinda worked. Let's try and get rid of. Oh. Okay, we'll have to see what we can do here. Work. Otherwise, it's not a big deal. Oh, that didn't work either. Oh boy. See. We get rid of it a little at a time. Nope, that doesn't do anything. Well, let me just. Oh, that kind of worked. Now, and something there. Okay, that. Okay. Nope, nope. Okay. Oh. Actually, that one works the best. Now, I can do that. Oh, that didn't work. Hold on. Okay. See, erase one thing at a time. Okay. Let's try and. So. Okay. Yes, that finally worked. Okay, that worked. Great. Now, um, hold on. Wait. Well, let's go to the history and just do that and see what happens. Hold on. Got to get rid of this stick. What we can do to get rid of the stick. That didn't work. Let's see. Hold on. Wait. I see something in here. There it is. See? Generates works. Is that? Uh, there! Finally! Save that. Okay. You know what? I have an idea. Let me try this and on one photo raw then. Or hold on. So it did work. And we know it's gonna work. Okay. You know what? I got an idea. Way to remember. Okay, there we go. Oh, just thought of something here. So yeah, and it was here. All right, now that. Just because of that stick, and we're doing it this week because yeah, it moved nicely. See, okay. Oh wait, no. Okay, now we'll export that. Okay, now the TIFF. That is here. All right, now what I want to do is generate. Okay, erase it. There. Properly generated what we wanted. Okay, now we'll be editing. Try to straighten it out. Like that. Yep. Yeah, we don't have to do anything there. that. Then this. Do this. Okay. Whites. Blacks. A little bit there. You see how editing photos sometimes requires a little bit of experimentation. Figure out what exactly you need. What exactly you need to do. So we'll warm it up a little bit. Okay. We'll export that. I'll do the same thing here. Okay. If there's anything else? Nope. Really? Okay. So I'll export that. Alright. Now, we'll one. Okay. Then we go to the catalog. Generate here. You see, this is what Generate is actually supposed to do. As you can see. It's supposed to actually properly generate which should be actually behind the objects you're trying to erase. Yeah, that's what Generate is actually supposed to do. Erase things that should be, and or not erase things, but generate stuff behind the stuff that you're supposed to erase. It's not just supposed to erase whatever it is you're trying to erase. It's supposed to generate the stuff that should be behind what you're trying to erase. As you see, look at that. That looks pretty natural. That looks like, yeah, that's exactly what was supposed to be there. Yes, that's, and as you can see behind this game, that game is the, either U11 or U9. As you can see, there would have been no place for me to stand. Like, if you see this side, even though there's netting, there's no place to stand. On the other side, it was completely packed, so it's like, yeah, there was nowhere that I would have been able to stand. I take the pictures there. Oh. Try it again. That looks a little more right, yeah. Now, everybody looks like they're standing straight. Okay. Yeah, that's what Generate is actually supposed to do. Generate stuff that should be behind, or at least generate as close and as accurate as it can of what should be behind the object you're trying to erase there. Okay, so we'll increase the exposure there, contrast, the highlights, turn on those shadows, whites, just the blacks a bit, a little bit there, a little bit there. Okay, dehaze it. Get a little bit of the golden hour here. Then we'll do graduated neutral density by this filter. Warm it up a little bit. And export that. Alright, so now we have this one, and as you can see, the goalie is trying to find the ball. He thinks he has it under his mitt or under his blocker, but it's right there in front of him, and from that he's looking at it, he's like, I don't feel the ball. Where's the ball? And those two are like, the ball's right in front of him. It's in the crease. So, yeah. Play is still going on, so the ball is loose. And the refs and everybody else sees it. Okay. We'll do that. And we'll do that. Okay, we'll midtones. Yeah, we'll decrease the shadows a little bit. Decrease the whites. Blacks a little bit. Structure. Little dehaze. Daylight there. Little saturation. Little vibrance. Then tone enhancer so we can exposure increase a little bit. And export that. Okay. And there's that guy getting the loose ball. I think he's on the goalie's team. I do believe he's on the goalie's team. Okay. So, lens correction, we'll do that. The chromatic aberration, also known as the color fringe. Increase the exposure. Contrast a bit. Turn on the highlights. The midtones a little bit. Okay, this one might be a little crooked. Okay. Turn on the whites. On those blacks a little bit. So structure dehazing here for the white balance. There. Make sure you'll have to increase the exposure a little bit. That much. Right. Then, let's see. Now shot at 50 millimeters as well. Some action. Going down. I think this back focused actually. Because, yeah. This guy is completely in focus. This guy's a little soft. But there's the ball. And some action. They're trying to go down the rink. Okay. That. Do that. A little contrast. Highlights. Midtones a bit. Shadows a bit. Whites. Blacks a bit. A little structure. A little dehaze. Just saturation a bit. Old tone enhancer. That. Actually, just a second, everybody. Hold on, gotta do one thing. I just realized that, yeah, it was a little crooked, and I didn't catch it until after I, Alright, there we go. A little crooked. There. Now, you can export it. Alright. Now, this one. First, as you can see now, even though the ball is right there, somehow, it's actually against the boards. Now, somehow it turned into action against the boards. That's how it is sometimes in hockey. In a blink of an eye, you can go from action in the middle of the ring to action along the boards. Okay, so we'll do that. That. Turn on the shadows a little bit. Turn on the whites. Turn on the blacks. That. That a little bit. Daylight. A little extra saturation. Little extra vibrance, not too much. And the tone enhancer, so now we can exposure a little bit. Export that. Okay. I think we'll do 2 more photos and then I'll call it a day. Alright. And this will require Attack Sharp AI. But anyway, there's some action from that crease. And goalie is just hoping for the best. Yeah, the goalie is just hoping for the best. Right, so we'll do tone color. Exposure. Contrast a little bit. Turn on those highlights. Midtones. Shadows a little bit. Turn on the whites there. Turn on the blacks. A little dehazing. Daylight. Saturation, a little vibrance, and this is the first time you'll see it this year, actually. Yeah, because I didn't have to do this. I was editing those photos from Cochrane. Yeah, this is the first time you'll see that the Attack Sharp AI this year. The last time you saw it was last year. I believe I was editing the photos from the Harvey Passage Fall Classic. So this is the first time you'll see Attack Sharp AI. And here's what it does. There's the original, where it's a little soft. There it is, all sharpened up. And nice, and that's why it's called Tack Sharp. That's why it's called Tack Sharp. See, it's really sharp. So we'll apply it. Okay. Alright. You see how much sharper it is. It's not so soft. Now, everybody is in a slightly, well, not a slightly better focus, or everybody and everything is in better focus. Because, yeah, Tack Sharp AI. Alright. And as a result of that, we don't have to any tone enhancement to increase the exposure. Let's get rid of that. Okay. And yeah, this will be the last photo that we edit today. Yeah, I've been at this for 5.5 hours now. Yeah. I mean, might need Tack Sharp AI here as well. It's like, yeah, there's the ball, and is it gonna go in or is it gonna be wide? We don't know. Let's check. No idea. It might have gone wide. I don't know. From the angle that the ball was rolling, it might have gone wide. Alright. We'll do color fringe removal or chromatic aberration removal. I'm gonna go increase the exposure, increase the contrast, decrease the highlights, increase the midtones, turn on the shadows a little bit, turn on the whites, turn on the blacks, structure a little bit, haze a little bit. Oh, daylight, saturation, a little vibrance, and Tack Sharp AI again. And as you can see, a little sharper. Even the ball is sharper, as you saw, as it's going either wide or into the net. So we're gonna apply it. Let it get applied. Alright, as you can see now, it's all sharp. Okay. Oh, what? I don't think I straightened this out. Straighten it out a little bit. Yeah, not a little bit, but we'll straighten it out. Not a little bit, but straighten it out until it's properly straight, and it is now properly straight. Now we'll increase the exposure and export that. Okay. And it's done. Alright, so well, yeah, we didn't need Infinity Photos, it turns out. Turns out today we didn't need Infinity Photo. Okay, so we'll close this. This. Yeah, we can't close that because that's OBS, and yeah, I haven't rated out yet. Oh, it looks like I had a new follower since the last stream. CamW05, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hopefully we'll be able to come by sometime and we can chat. So, okay. Right, so, yeah, we made a lot of progress. And the rest, the photos, I'll let it off stream. But hopefully everybody learned something today about photography, about photo editing, about taking event photos, portrait photos, sports photos. And hopefully you all enjoyed the stream here. Now, before I find somebody to rate on Twitch, since I don't have enough to rate out on, since I don't have enough viewers to rate out on Kick, I'd like to share some links with all of you. First link here is a link to my campsite.bio website. On this website, you'll see the links to my writing website, my photography website, and my other social media. So if you want to follow me on any of my other social media, you can click that link, go through the list, and follow me on the social media that we're both on. Here's a link to my writing website. If you're interested in checking out my books and interested in buying them, you can click that link. Navigation bar, you click books written, all the books that have been published so far will show up. There's also buttons on there that'll take you straight to the retail listing. If you're interested in buying yourself a copy of one of my books, here's a link to my photography website. If you're interested in checking out all the information about my photography business here in Calgary, what I do, my portfolio, all the other stuff, you can click that link and go through that website. There's also a shop on there. You can buy prints, digital downloads, and photo products of my nature and street photos. You can click shop in the navigation bar. go through that drop-down menu and see if there's anything you're interested in buying. If you're interested in supporting my photography, here's a link to my Patreon page. The link to my Patreon page, the link to my Subscribestar page. There's 3 channel membership you can sign up for. First tier is photos I haven't shared on any of my other social media. Second tier is early access to the digital downloads of my photos before they go live on the e-commerce website, as well as exclusive coupons to the e-commerce website. Then the third tier, once I figure out how to get it to work there, it'll be early access to the VODs of my live stream videos. Well, it's already working on Patreon. Once I figure out how to get it to work on Subscribestar, it's early access to the VODs of my live stream videos. What I do is sometime after stream, usually it's a day or two, it could be a little longer. I post the VODs onto YouTube, Rumble, and BitChute in case anybody missed me live. So that third tier, it's working on Patreon. We'll try and figure it out on Subscribestar. It's early access to those VODs before they go live on the other 3 websites. Another way you can support my photography is through my Buy Me a Coffee page. Leave a donation if you want. There's also 2 tiers of membership you can sign up for. First tier is photos I haven't shared on any of my other social media, as well as those e-commerce website coupons. And the second tier, once I figure out how to get it to work there, it'll be early access to the VODs of my live stream videos. And the final link I'd like to share with you is a link to my wish list. Don't have to buy me anything. There's no obligation. There's no requirement. Just want to see what's on there. You can click that link. But if you do happen to buy me something, and sometime during stream, an alert will play. There's a generic tone gets picture alert. There's also a Party Hero song that's sound alert. So those are the links I'd like to share with you. So now let's find somebody to rate on Twitch, since I won't be able to do it on Kick, due to the fact that I don't have enough viewers on Kick to be able to do it. Right, let's look for somebody to rate on Twitch. Like Lucky Ducky's on. It's been a long time since she last streamed, so let's say hello to her. Straight set up. Okay, I did spell the username right, so for make this raid official, thank you everybody for coming today. Thank you for chatting with me. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for watching. Hope you all learned something about photography, photo editing, and how to take portrait photos, event photos, uh, sports photos. Hopefully you learned a lot about especially sports photography and taking action pictures and what's very important. So next stream is going to depend on when I get the rest of these photos edited, or not when I get the rest of the photos edited, but the next, it's going to depend on when I finish editing these photos, because yeah, I'll be continuing with editing the photos tomorrow, to Friday as well, to Saturday. You get the idea. Yeah, so it depends on how long it takes me to finish editing the photos. Also, how long it takes me to post them. But next stream, I'll be finally playing a Plague Tale. I think we're at the university part, or close to it. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. See what ends up happening there. But regardless of when the next stream is, hopefully you'll be able to see all there. So let me make this raid official. Alright, looks like we have everybody here, so I'll quickly wrap this up for the raid. Thank you again, everybody, for coming today. Thank you for chatting with me. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for watching. I hope you all learned something about photography today and photo editing and how to take various types of photos. So next stream is going to depend on when I uh, finish with editing these photos and when I finished with the posting of them. There will be a Plague Tale that I'll be playing on stream. We'll be continuing on from, I believe, close to the University Park or stuff like that. So hopefully we'll be able to see you all there. So let's say hi to Lucky Ducky.